Two's up. Drink coffee. Bonjour, Borealis. Okay, hopefully that fixes the audio desyncing issue. I've just switched over to the Restreamer doing everything, so everything's going to look like Fragapalooza. Rather than my custom graphics, because my laptop cannot handle it. It cannot handle it. We're back! Okay. Aww. Game of play. Okay. Hopefully this is fixed. Mostly. How's it going today, Borealis? Got the computer half apart already, and then we're having some technical difficulties. My laptop does not like streaming anymore. Okay. These clips really be clipping. Come on. Release. Holy crap. And I'm really trying not to cut my hands. So always difficulties. I know I can't. That's my life right now. Oakley dokles. Oh, that was a smashies. Okay. Actually, opposite. Everything is my stream now, right? I think, and not Fragapalooza, Brandon? Anyway. Next part. The RAM. Gotta pop the tabs off the front and back. Sometimes they are difficult. I usually try and keep these stacked in order. I didn't build this PC. My brother did. Well, he didn't really build it. It came pre-built from Dell, but I believe he upgraded to the HyperX Fury RAM. So I don't know if they're paired, so I'm just going to keep them in the order that I have them. So they will be the same on the new motherboard. What else do we got plugged in here? Front fans. This. So I was joking with everybody that I had to pull parts out of my old computer in order to get this to run. This is the plug for the power supply. I'm going to pull off. The front USB for these, for the Dell case is proprietary. I had to order a special connector for this. And then this one, actually, the black pin is fine. The blue one's not so good. This is the power button from the old case that I had to pull out. And I had to do that because this little cord here, connection here, is proprietary to Dell as well. And would not fit with the normal front PC header, which is this guy. So hence the reason I was running into difficulties. I tried to splice into this power thing and run a jumper into it, but I decided in the end that one, it did work the first time I did it, and two, I wasn't going to fiddle with it too much because I didn't want to not be able to turn off my computer or turn on my computer at all, which is what I would risk if I wrecked it. So anywho, that goes in my stack of Alienware R11 pieces on the floor. Okay, we got the front audio header here. Disconnect that. And then we are ready to pull out this motherboard once I locate my screwdriver. So how's the day going, Bori? What's been going on? And how's your day going, Dee? Didn't ask. I know I was poking you yesterday. I'm going to be real thirsty after this. The coffee is not quenching my thirst very well. Whoop. So one of the other things that bothered me about moving this motherboard over, and I didn't realize until afterwards, is that most motherboards, actually all motherboards, come with an I/O shield, which is the input-output shield that goes on the back of the computer. It's built into the R11 case, and it's not a separate panel like it is on every other computer on the planet. So all of my, like you can see, I can stick my finger right through here. This is wide open. I don't have a mouse problem or anything inside the house itself. I have mice in the ceiling or the walls or something. But if you're in a house where you have pets or critters running around, that would have been a big no-no. Because it's very warm in here. They're going to want to go where it's warm. Plus getting fur and everything in there. All right, let's get rid of this guy. Oh, not quite get rid of. Not quite. I forgot to remove something. So I'm just going to set it off to the side. I'm not going to pull out the processor until I have the new motherboard in place, just as a safety precaution. Okay. Next thing I need to do before I put the new motherboard in is we're going to do actually the CPU first, because it runs the power for everything. So for that guy, see how I can position this so you can actually see where it is. I'm going to have trouble seeing chat for a little, but this is my CPU. It lives in the back of this case. This case is actually fairly awesome in that regard. So I can actually, again, glass desk, so I'm trying not to. Right. Now you can see where it sits. The back side of this case is fantastic in that regard. Everything sits so nicely slid in here. There's actually a hard drive bay back here, which is covered by me. There's actually a hard drive enclosure back here. So if I were to add another solid state drive or something like that, I'm going to do 2 NVMEs here, but if I had a solid state drive I wanted to pop in here, or a full mechanical hard drive if I wanted, it's actually hidden from the front of the computer, which is kind of nice. These 2 spots too actually are also to mount hard drives. You can either mount them on the other side or you can mount them on the back here. So all nice and hidden, which is great. New tablet? What did you get? Mm-hmm. Usually I would install that standing up, with the case standing up, so that it wouldn't make that big ka-chunk noise when I dropped it. But so nice cable management on this computer. Because of the way this power supply is, I had to get some extra. I had to actually get some extra cables too, to expand. And I got these really lovely. What brand are they? Asia Horse braided cables. I'm very plain, so I got them in black and gray, but they had all sorts of colors. I could have had like purple or red and stuff in there. I'm very happy with them. They are very beautiful cables, and they came with zip ties and stuff if you wanted to not have them all loose, but they actually sit really nice in this case, so I found no need to zip tie them. I have a manual controller that I bought, which is what this guy is, to try and control my ARGB lights. The Dell motherboard does not have an ARGB controller on it, so my lights were actually, for the PC, were stuck in demo mode the whole time, like ever since I've had it. So I tried this manual controller. It did not work. There was some special step that I needed to do to get them out of demo mode, and I had found a video at one point, and then for the life of me could not find that video again. So funny story. So yet another thing. This can come out because my new motherboard has an ARGB controller on it. So I won't need this. But this is actually kind of a nifty little unit, just manual. It also came with a remote, so I could control it with a remote if I wanted to, if it was actually working. This is the actual ARGB controller for my lights. Well, it's actually the fan controller for the entire case. So that stays put. It's just going to have a connection now to the motherboard instead, so that I can use software to control everything and monitor fan speeds and whatnot, which will be super nice. Just making sure I don't have any more cables. This guy's got to be disconnected. So again, the cables were too short for where I was mounting the CPU, because in the Dell case, the power supply was in the top and all of its connections were right below it. So these cables are actually really short. So again, I had to use an expansion cable, which I don't need anymore. But look at how pretty those are. All right. Pop this puppy out of here. I'm stuck on something. My NVIDIA. It's too bad. This is actually a really decent little power supply. I believe it's 850 watts. Oh no, it's 1,000 watt. It is modular, but like I said, the cords are really small. So. Okay, new power supply. Quasipo. It's an interesting brand. Smells like new plastic. I love that, like Corsair and MSR, this is I believe the Red Dragon brand or whatever, come with these bags that have all your cables in them. Should have done this sooner. This is beefy. This is a beefy power cable. And it gave me screws in the bottom, but I'm just going to leave those in the case. I'll just reuse the same screws I was just using. Okay. Ow. That was my thumb. Okay, what do we got here? This has still got a Molex connector on the end. It's another Oh, yeah, that's the connection. These are SATA connectors. Hold on, I gotta decipher my cables. This is a single 600 watt line. Which is not that. SATA. Those are Molex. This is motherboard power. Should be 2 of those, right? Yep. Okay. I wonder what these are for. Now I'm curious. I got a cable I've never seen before. Maybe those are for newer 12-volt 2x6s. Must be for newer video cards or something. That one's labeled CPU on the side. That was labeled CPU on the side. Oh. Can you? I guess you can kind of see the edge of it. Working off to one side where my light isn't. Okay. This is my power supply, so ATX. So 24 pin connector, which connects to the motherboard. These seem to be backwards with how they're twisted on here. But we just flip the whole thing. Okay. The wrong end I'm trying to connect. Crown Royal bag? Yes, nice. Okay, this is a PCIe 1 plus, or 6 plus 2. Oh, you know what? No. They gave me another CPU that's an 8-pin, so I'm just going to use that one rather than fiddling with the break-off pin. Noise. Okay. And I will need 1 seed align. Actually, I don't need very much, so it can go. What does this tab say? Oh, this is just talking about the zero fan mode. This power supply has the ability to turn on a zero fan mode, and then what it does is on low CPU load, it actually turns the fan on the power supply off. So it's quieter. So another thing to note is which way you put your I didn't note the way I took my Dell out of here. Which way you put the fan on your power supply. Oh, your class starts in 10 minutes. Oh. I'm pretty sure power supply fans are exhaust fans. That would make sense, right? Nope, I'm searching in my email. Okay, so this big one here, intake, it pulls in and pulls out the front. So I have a vented bottom on this case. So it was recommended for the case setup to make sure that. Hold on, I'm checking something. Then it's going to exhaust hot. Just make sure they're power supply. So it's really important when it's for most standard cases, power supply. Yep. So you're going to make sure you install your power supply. Yep, was just checking. It's been a while since I got the case. So because I have a vent on the bottom of the fan, this case is designed for the power supply to be mounted what you may consider upside down, because the writing, when I put it in, the writing's going to be upside down on the thing. But for this case, I want it to pull cool air from the bottom of the computer, not through the hot air coming from the top of the computer. So, thing to note. I gotta find the holes. But Tish. Okay. Actually, I may use the screws from the power supply. Okay, so I am making this more difficult on myself by trying to install it this way. Like I said, usually I install this part sitting up. So what I'm going to do is actually just stand it up for a minute to make it easier on my life. mean, you guys can't really see what I'm doing for a minute, but sorry about that. Drop the lid for my isopropyl on the floor. So I know I was pretty picky with installing the cables, like picking what cables I wanted to install. But this case, I have access to the entire back of the CPU from the back here. So honestly, I didn't really need to be too finicky. I could have just put the power supply in and then just plunk the cables in, but I like to have that stuff installed ahead of time. So once I locate my screwdriver, there it is. I'm also extremely good at losing my screwdriver. That should really be the count. Instead of how many swears, how many times does Fedora lose her screwdriver while she's doing this? First time you put these screws in, they're always going to be tough because they are essentially, they're just like machine drilled. These are meant to not really move so much, so expect them to be somewhat tough. For the most part, my rule with screws are, if it's super tough to put in, stop what you're doing because you've got it threaded wrong. But with these particular screws, when you're doing fan screws or power supply screws, they always tend to be a little bit tighter. And when you're doing it the first time anyway. Tish. Okay. Now, I'm just going to do a quick wipeout. Wipeout. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Well, that's great. I just bent the... Oh, fuck. I just bent my back panel for my case because it was on the chair behind me and I forgot and I sat down in the chair. My grandmother had these static wipes. They are unscented. They're not like Febreze. And they're meant to put on mops and do floors stuff. They are the absolute best for dusting PC components, monitors, everything. They just get all the dust. So while I'm back here, I'm going to be back here a few times, but while I'm just quickly doing this, I am just doing a quick wipe. Okay. Now I'm going to tuck all my cables back here because we're going to do some work in the front and I don't want them in the way. The CPU power is like, why are you tucking me in here? This is not where I'm supposed to go. And I'm like, I know, but I need you in here just temporarily. Okay. Okay. Power supply. Installed. And cue the swears, yeah. Oh, hey. While I'm at it, let's do this. You can see how nicely these freaking things dust. Nicely done. Oh, yeah, let's stick that into the monitor. Okay. Well, I should have done a front grill dusting while I was there, but where are we on camera here? Okay. Okay. Now we're going to see where my holes on my motherboard line up. So now and we're also going to inspect the motherboard because I haven't done that yet. So I just did a quick box inspection, opened it up, but I didn't pull it out of the plastic or anything. Okay, so this is the Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, I believe, controller. Now, there's probably a cable or two under here. Look, there's a CD-ROM. Did you know they're still sending CD-ROMs with things? This is actually a serial ATA cable. Yeah, genuine, like a CD-ROM. What am I going to put that in? My computer doesn't have a CD drive in it. And all the stickers. I love Asus when they send all the stickers and stuff with their stuff. I don't put any stickers on my machine, but if I wanted to, I could. Now, I was getting into the reason I went with this particular motherboard. For most of my friends or people who game with me regularly, I have a very particular sound setup for my computer, and it's been this way for 20 or more years, and I don't want to change it anytime soon. And that is that I have a 7.1 surround sound. Well, 5.1 actually. And it is audio jack. So, as you can see, this motherboard has all of the audio jacks I need to run my sound and an SPDIF. I'm not fancy enough. My speakers are old, but they have not quit their Logitech. If they quit, I don't know what I'm going to do because I don't think I can get the same ones again. So the audio was important and the amount of USB ports. As a streamer and just overall techie person, I need a lot of USB to run all of my peripherals. Like on any given day, I have multiple cameras running. 2 cameras. I've got ring lights, which are actually plugged into a hub usually. I have got microphones, mice, chargers for my PlayStation or my Xbox controller or things like that, right? So unfortunately, I run out of USB sticks and USB ports, which I ran into a challenge on my laptop because my laptop here only has 3, and I had to disconnect the mouse and keyboard in order to be able to get the stream set up today, because 3 is not enough. So we have enough ports. It has a 2.5 gigahertz Ethernet port, which, fun fact, I learned this. All Ethernet connections are actually 10 gig, but they have been down. They've been restricting them. all along. You can now actually get up to 10 gig connections on your motherboards. 2.5 gigs is already faster than my Switch can handle anyway. So I'm not worried about that. I've got one Type-C. I believe the SS10s are the fastest USB protocol, and then you've got Type-C, and then you've got the 2.1 or whatever the last version was. And then the slowest USBs at the top. I think that's how the motherboard works. We'll look at it. I'll look at the directions before I actually connect my peripherals. And then, of course, onboard DP and onboard HDMI, which I don't need. I only need for setup. I probably won't even need it for setup because usually the NVIDIA cards. Thanks, Day. Have fun at class. Usually the NVIDIA cards are detected right away. So I don't really have to worry about it, but it depends on how it's set default for BIOS. And it also has a heatsink for the NVMEs, which I thought was really clever. And because I've got, I don't remember if this one takes 2 or 3 NVMEs. I think it's 2. I had one that I was looking at that took 4. But I only have 2. So, and it looks like I should be able to use the horizontal mount for the video card and drop it down further into the case a little bit. We'll see. But first things first, make sure that the pin, these holes, line up with my existing mounts on the thing, and I believe they actually do. Put cable in the way. Because I believe this is a micro ATX board, and the board I pulled out of here was micro ATX, so they should sit pretty good. There's one back in the corner there. I'm going to turn the case because you can't see it. Some fan cables are interfering with my installation. Okay, so that'll fit. There's also a protective cover on top of here, so I've tested it's going to fit. I'll pull that off of there. This board, I was concerned that they might send me a refurb just because it was a free upgrade. But it looks like it's brand new. So got some extra pin mounts at the top here. I'm not entirely sure what those are for. But in any case, motherboard looks good. It looks, there's no pop capacitors or anything showing that it's used. Just trying to see where all my fan connections are. Okay. Actually appear to be sitting pretty good. Yep. It all matches. Yay! Coffee drink. Coffee time. My back is gonna kill me later. Yeah, I never tighten down motherboard screws until I have all of them in place. Pro tip. Have run into difficulties where one screw is just not lined up quite where it needs to be. So I always just drop them to their snug, and then once I have every single one in place, I will tighten it up. Dramatic music for this part of the install. Oh, yeah, see, and I just tighten it up automatically because that's what I'm used to doing. So yeah, there was an instance there where I just had a back screw that wasn't quite lined up. And when I went to start tightening it, it shifted. I'm actually probably going to have that with all of these back screws just because of the way they are. And if I were to run out of screws or anything like that, I don't have to worry. And if this wasn't sitting in the right spot in the back, that kit that I bought with all the different black screws and stuff, it also has motherboard lifters or spacers because this motherboard doesn't sit right on the back of the case, right? It has a spacer between it to help in case there's any weird power surges or anything like that. We don't want the whole motherboard grounded. You just want it grounded to the power. Or if there, and of course the circuitry on the back is open, right? So you don't want to short a connection because it's against the back of the case. So you always want it on spacers to lift it up away from the metal. Oh. I'm going to tighten them down anyway, but I may have had to do something with shit, I probably had to install a backplate. So let me check that real quick because I need to mount the all-in-one somehow. Directions. Ugh. Yep. Figure A. Install the backplate. Good thing I got to that part now before I got everything in. So this is for the for my all-in-one cooler for the CPU. It actually comes with its own thermal paste. I may try it. I'm so used to the Arctic. You know, I'm kind of like, but usually people test their stuff with their products, so they use what they can, the best thing they can for the product they're using, right? Yep. Well, that was silly of me. I don't think I need the extra plates. But we shall see. Now I got to take this back out of here. I missed a screw. No, I didn't. It was just in the right spot. So it doesn't really have a way to stick on there. But so this kit is meant for, oh, that's the wrong screw. Meant for a few different motherboards. Like it's not motherboards, just meant for a few different processors. So it is adjustable to a degree. But what I want is I want it to not fall out of the holes when I go to put it down. So I'm just temporarily installing a few screws to hold it in place while I put the motherboard back in. See, and it reach it. I can. And I can reach it from the back, which is good. That will help when I go to install it. So that's too bad, because that would be my one feedback for them, is to do, like, there should be a sticky pad or something. So that you could oh, okay, hold on. Have to further read the directions here. Okay. We went from A to C. Oh, because B is the... Okay, I didn't look at my parts thoroughly enough. Oh, okay. So there are little double-sided screws here. Okay. Pop you back out of here. One of them, and one side is concaved. So scratch that. Okay. It's getting toasty in here under this light. I mentioned I love a thumb screw. I love a thumb screw. Okay, so now you can see that these are lifted. These are lifted up, and they're holding the plate on the back. Ooh. Okay, now I shouldn't need to put anything else on the back of the motherboard, so I should just be able to put this back. I should not be doing this in a weird way, because then I always lose track of where I haven't put screws, especially when everything's black. Oh. Yeah, we're off on this side. That's better. This, there we go. So yeah, that was an instance I felt resistance, a lot of resistance, and I was like, something's wrong here. And the screw was just kept threading in sideways. You do not want to, and this is a general list for screws in any case, but anytime you're working with screws that are going into metal or even pre-drilled into plastic, if you feel a lot of resistance, stop, double check what you're doing, because it shouldn't. You should be able to screw it 90% of the way in by hand. And this is a good rule, especially if you do automotive work. Trust me, I know from experience, stripping bolts or nuts in a header is not a great time. All right. We are now all secured. The next plate for our lovely install here I haven't done the CPU yet, but I figure I might as well get the water cooler portion ready to go. Oh, I'm actually installing them upside down. This is why you read directions. Oh, so I only have support. Oh, those are in the middle. Oh, okay. So these are actually screw mounts for the thumbs screws for the. I'm used to a water cooler having 4 thumb screws on it, or 4 screws for the water cooler itself. This one doesn't. It only has 2. I am concerned about this here not clearing my RAM. We're going to find that out shortly. It should. Okay, while I'm at it, as I can see, there's a ton of dust on the underside of this. Nope, they are smart. Oh, only one side of these moves out. Always make sure that your slots in your RAM line up. Oh, and see, I messed up and my RAM slid out of place. Before you start pressing on them. So they are not equal on either side. So you want to make sure that this slot lines up with where the slot is on the board. And then they should just snap in nice and easy. You'll hear a click and the release guy will pop right in there. Oh, I don't like that noise. Nice purple. Should probably check this one too. It actually looks really good. I don't like the noise that this one was making. Oh, that's better. The reason you use isopropyl, from my understanding, is because it does not, it doesn't leave any residue. Literally, you put it on there and you wipe it, and within seconds it dries. And as we talked about, residue in computer connections equals bad times. We don't want bad times. We want good times. Mm. 90% of boot problems happen because RAM is not seated properly. In my experience. So always double check that your RAM is seated properly. Think how this says. It says, first install processor and remove cover and save it. When processor is removed, be sure to reinstall the cover. Okay. So you should be able to see down in the bottom here. This is the home of my processor. It has notches. Doing this so I can try and get a little bit closer. There we go. That'll probably be better for what we're doing right now. So it has notches. I should not be touching the pins with my fingers. Around each side, so you shouldn't be able to put it in incorrectly. I say shouldn't. You didn't hear boot? There's a boot. So then, until I should have the right processor because the connecting mechanism is similar. I'm going to clean this guy off before I put it back in there. I'm running out of space for parts. Okay. So this has got my crusty old stuff on it. Hold on, I'm closer. I can probably pop that down a little bit just so you can see this. It's got my crusty old thermal paste on it. Back of the processor, it's flat and smooth. Again, avoid touching it with your fingers. Just keep your oils off of things. But Tish. Yeah, we'll do isopropyl. You may have to do this a couple of times. The idea is to get this processor as clean as possible. I even suggest doing this with brand new processors. Again, because you don't know what residue or anything is on it coming from the factory. It also gives you the chance to just inspect. There shouldn't be any deep gouges or anything on it. You may have a few surface scratches if you've removed it and replaced it a couple of times like I have. But it should be in relatively good condition. You should be able to read the writing on the top of it. In case anybody's curious, this is an Intel i9 10900. It's starting to show a little bit of wear and tear, but I did a little research on some of the new boob problems are caused by RAM. Boob problems, yeah, boob problems. It's still pretty comparable. What I would get if I upgraded was more cores and more threads, which I would love because that just means more processing power. But in terms of speed, it's still a very fast processor. So yeah, there are notches on the edges. Make sure you line that up with your notches on the seat. And it should sit nice down in there, nice and snug. This is kind of awkward with where the I slid it. That's why. Okay. My other motherboard wasn't like this. It was actually slightly different. But you want this to slide underneath the hook so that when you put the locking pin down, it actually is applying pressure. Because I am paranoid. Okay. This is an expensive piece to have go breaking, so all right. We are good. Everything's snoog as a boot. I have hard drives to put in. And cables to connect. Hard drives first because the video card is going to make it difficult for me to fiddle with hard drives. So hard drive number 1. Now this hard drive is going to be my Windows drive again. It's a 1 terabyte NVMe. It is a Dell NVMe. I don't even know. So it's a Micron 2300. It is one of the first NVMe's. It is not the fastest drive, but it's still faster than a solid state. And it's at 80% quality. Last check I did was CPU ID. No, my hard disk scanner check disk. So it's fine. And then my 4 terabyte, which I have to pull out of this enclosure, is my games drive. And I did not back up my Steam install, but I did confirm that all of my Steam saves were saved up to the cloud. So I have pretty fast internet here. I'm not afraid to re-download stuff, but even then, my Steam install, all of my games are actually still installed on this hard drive, so you can do the whole tell Steam to install and then pause it and then exit and then validate the files. And it will just use your installed files already. Just trying to remember how to get this out of here. I should probably turn this back up a little bit. Now that we're not trying to read stuff. This is a very nice PCIe NVMe expansion drive. It's a micro connectors. I love it. It's very nice. I love that it has this big heat sink on it. It lights up all nice and pretty. Not that I can see my case where it sits anyway, but very easy install. Works like as intended. No problems with it. I said I was having problems with the hard drive on my motherboard, not the one in here. Of course, the one in here is also a Samsung 990, I think. Because I'm a snob and I don't trust anything that's not Samsung, usually. Okay, that's on there. So like that should be on my hard drive. See, and this is another where I use that thermal paste that I got. We're just gonna pull it off of here because I'll use new stuff if I put a new drive in there. And then there's my, look at that, 990 Pro. This is gold right now. If you have looked up the prices of RAM or hard drives. Yeah, and I also have Gently, because there's also thermal paste on the back of this guy. And then always put my screws back. Except for stuck on my thumb. Because I hate to be going later. Ooh, problems are causing, yeah. I don't want to go back in there later and suddenly have not know where all my screws are. So if I put it on the right side. These are extremely tight, tiny screws, but I still try and start them all by hand if I can, because we're very gently with the screwdriver. Because the mechanic in me doesn't like cross-threading. If I recall correctly, this was the hardest part originally with putting this thing together, was getting these to... That one's quite not in the right spot, but that's okay. Okay. We have recovered 2 hard drives. Now these are both NVMe M2s. I probably should have removed that. Or put the thermal paste on the back, but we like stickers. And they go under here. Now, a good question is whether I should put a thing of thermal between these two. Yeah, I'm missing something here. Oh, there's a second one here. That's what I'm missing. I'm missing the second heatsink. There should be 2 of them. I'm gonna have to message the manufacturer about that. All right, well, It's okay. Not like I don't have screws. I can't. It's not like I can't put it in because I have screws. So, I don't know how tight that sits. If I should put a thermal. Let's do a Google search. Well, I do have a heatsink plate, but I can look up. Hey, MC Broken, I can look up to see if I can get a cheap one. Okay, just responding to a quick text. Choo-choo-choo. Where's the box? TM. So yeah, the motherboard does not have the second. Wait, or maybe it only ever came with. Any case, good thing I have supplies. Well, I should have done that the other way, but that's okay. Cut in. So the one thing I don't like about these thermal pads is that the one side of plastic never sticks very well to it. I mean, I guess that's a good thing, but sometimes it makes it challenging to cut them. Whoop. It's great for my Samsung drive. Going to be monitoring the heat and everything coming off of this anyway, so okay. Take the directions off the plate. Nope, do not. Come on. Oh, what is happening here? Oh, my drive was stuck in there. Pad might be a little thick. Because they were made for my video card. Oh yeah, I'm banging my head. Okay, well. As I think all I have is 2 mil. That is all I have. Okay, well, we're gonna go without for the time being, and I will get some thinner thermal pads. Okay. Second drive. Oh, there. Ha! Okay, I'm learning things. I've never dealt with this motherboard before, so we learn new things. This one have a little locky thingy too? It does. And it was under the bottom of the drive. So now my thermal pad would have been the right size. Now I'm going to have to cut a new one. This is how we learn. Try and cut this one relatively straight. Okay, let's try this again. That's better. not know if the back one's over the hole. Nope. Nope. There we go. Finger gloves to the rescue. Okay. Just because I see that there. Okay, we are all, I'm keeping it, I think I have to screw this down. I don't have to screw this one up. Now, deciding how I want my video card mounted. Ooh, I actually really do like that. And then I can actually get at my I can get at this drive. I won't be able to get at these plugs when it's installed. So I do have to connect some stuff. Light this up a little bit better so I can see better what I'm doing. Aye. Like, the question is, where did that fall to? Okay, I'm just gonna see how this fits. Just so I have an idea. I can't put it in yet. And you got a little bit of a height adjuster. So this means that the video card's weight is pushing, because most video cards hang off the thing and then they're connected at this end, right? So instead it's actually going to rest down and face outward, which just looks really cool. Okay. I am, as you see me sticking my head in the way of the camera, looking for where I have to plug stuff into. CPU fan, CPU option 1 is there. My two front USB connectors are there. SATA drives, of which I don't have any, but this motherboard can have 6. I've got a USB E12. Where's my front audio? Communications must be my front audio. Chassis fan down here. Okay. So specs. This is the part where I need specs. You think I would have downloaded the user manual before I got here, but I was mostly prepared and I had everything in here I needed. Okay. Okay, my 2 USBs. And main power. Which is going to be tough to get to sit flat back here. At least for a bit. Front panel and the audio are usually through the bottom. Okay, fans I will worry about after. Of course, it's facing the opposite way from it was on the other motherboard. Because Dell. Yeah. I'm not actually sure if this has a way. It does. Maybe that way. Yep. Okay. Okay. I have an ATX power that I didn't lot for up there, but we'll get to that. AAFP. This one. Okay. Oh, I was up on a pin. Okay. Nope. I can't read the motherboard. This is my panel, but it's a lot bigger than the one that I have on my... You know, Asus used to send these little... Just tap it in. Asus used to send these little... I miss them. They used to be like, this is the full power front panel power thing. And then it's like, this is how you only connect what you need. And you have like the full thing and you connect your other connectors to. Anyway, if you know, you know. Otherwise, I'm just talking and confusing everybody. Ah, freaking heck. actually don't think I have a power LED. I do not. Just looking to make sure I'm not missing any cables at the back here. Ooh, okay. Didn't have any weird ones tucked in somewhere. Wire spaghetti. This case is actually real nice though, and it's got kind of like a channel that you can get most of these in. Most of them. And I got two that are not fitting in there nicely. But yeah, I just have the... Yeah, because I don't have an intruder ground, I don't have a speaker, case speaker, and I don't have LEDs for the power buttons or anything, so... Those headers are left empty. My spaghetti for my case lights. Okay, I need the other plugs that I shoved in here. Okay, I need another ATX for the top, and then I need the +2. Yeah. So remember I said I can add cables at the end? I'm going to need them. Because I do need another cable up here. I'm going to take one of these. Nope, you're not fit to it. Let's push to the top. Shit. I'm going to run into a problem with my radiator. It's going to be right there. Well, that's crappy. I don't really need. It's just a... there right now. Oh, something in my house smells good. Okay, and this is going to go wherever I put my video card, whichever slot is easier for the video card cables come through, which is probably this one. Okay, and I know for sure I just need one connection from this serial AT8. Always terminate with the last connection if you can, but of course this gotta power my light controller, right? Yeah, gonna have to do something. Getting that on there. Whoop. Screwdriver. Screwdriver. I need this ATX plug like right in the corner here. So I just need like the tiniest bit of space. Whoop. Screw came off with that one, which is fun. Come on. Oh, frustrating. Okay. Here we go. I already made sure that my back panel was flush back here. It is. I mean, it technically should be if I have all the things in the right spot, right? Okay. Those are for my video card. I have a PWM connector. What is this ADD? Oh, Gen 2 header. That's what I got. Okay. My Santa thing doesn't really come with a manual, so system fan or chassis plan. Pan. Okay. So I should have a chassis. Yes, I do. Fan header right here. ARGB lights are new for me. Ow, ow, ow. That was my screwdriver. Okay. We're ready for the top monster. Which is this beaut right here. Not entirely sure which way it goes in. Oh, warranty guide, user guide. We're learning. Something I should have watched beforehand, but. Well, that was unhelpful. That was showing how you mount the fan. I'm assuming this is going to go at the back. Just. Has the clearance. Go there. So. Oh, that's going to press against my front fan, or my back fan. Like, the bonus about it is movable, so I guess I can just install it and then see where things end up. Case is designed for it to slide back and forth, right? So this thing has a lot of screws. Okay, I want CPU fan is the top one. So my Dell case, I could not have, I couldn't have this fan here and the top fans running at the same speed. because these are exhaust fans, right? Exhausting at the top, exhausting at the front. They should be running about the same speed, just like all the front fans should be running about the same speed. And because the way the Dell was set up, I couldn't. The software didn't let you control those separately, which was, I'm going to say, annoying to say the least. I really wish it did let you do that. Actually wrap these under the fan. You should probably make sure it fits first and that it's okay being there before I commit to it being there. Because that's a problem. Oh, I actually put the plates on in the wrong spot. That makes more sense. Screwdrivers on the floor. I get down here, I might get back up. Just kidding. I did get my computer parts. Hello, Melbosa. This all-in-one is tricky. So are ARGBs. Okay, let me just double check this one more time. So yeah, my plates are supposed to be running away from, like, not alongside the RAM. So that was my bad. This should solve the problem of the cord pushing, the water cord pushing against my back fan. Mm-hmm. Okay, so now when I put this in, I should flip this around the other way. Whoops. Because otherwise the hoses are going to be in the way, right? Right. Yeah, no, that's what I was trying to figure out. It didn't really tell me which way to install it. So that's my fault, and we're going to fix it right now. Which is why I didn't put all the screws in, because there's a heck of a lot of screws for this puppy. It has 2, 4, 12 screws. So you are the master. I do not have the experience installing these things. Okay, let's flip this guy over. Trying not to damage anything. Oh, come on. Oh, come here. So, Melbosa, you may not know the story, but they upgraded my motherboard for free. So that was a nice little bonus. I'm having trouble getting this screw in. Although it's really the same motherboard, it's just this one has the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth on it, whereas the one I ordered did not, because I have an external Bluetooth and I don't really use the Wi-Fi. But I'm not going to complain. The pump lines at the CPU were at the bottom. Yeah, this one, the pump lines are at the side. And I did just verify that with the... Yeah, no, they'll be at the side. Because I had the plates installed wrong. Because this one's got a mirrored thing on the front. It doesn't want you to cover the... It doesn't want you to cover the fancy on top of the CPU. Holy, my fingers are getting slipperies. Okay. Just have to remember to put these screws in all the way before I flip it up. Oh, shit. How's your day going, by the way, Melbosa? What's happening? Sun must be almost down outside. It's pretty dark in here. I was like, did it give me an extra screw? No, I'm missing a screw. Okay, I still have this able to be slid back and forth a little bit. And now this will sit this way. Whoops. Yeah, because you don't want it sitting that way. So, I mean, the hoses are going to be kind of close to the ram. As long as I make sure that it will. Ooh. I got it on there now. No, it has to be from the side here. That's unfortunate. It's going to press on my ram a little bit. Let's see. I'm looking up some stuff. Oh, that's not in English. Like, I have just enough clearance. I don't want to break anything. All your screws are loose, Bori. No, they have them facing to the inside. That's a slight problem. Oh, shit. Click on something else. It's hard when I don't have an actual mouse. No, I don't want the benchmarking. I want to know. Confirmed I am installing it the right way. Lost screwdriver. Gonna have a coffee. Like, I don't. I think if it was this way, it would be fine. Oh, maybe that's. I have to flip the plate around depending on which one I have. So if I look at it. No, it's going to be this way because it's going to sit in there. You okay? It's after 6. That would be the dinner bell. Maybe. It looks like I can rotate it. Okay. It's not going to look as pretty, but we can. Ninner ready? Yeah, Ninner's ready, but I'm not doing that yet. So the plates are going back the way I had them initially. These hose clips are fantastic, but I'm taking them off while I get things situated. Oh. Frick, I put the plates on the exact same way. Ooh, didn't correct me. I said we were changing the orientation of the plates. Proceeds to put the plates on the exact same way I just had them. How long have I been at this? Since 3:30? At some point, I will locate my screwdriver. I do this every single time I build a computer. My screwdriver gets lost about 50 times. Well, actually, anytime I do any work inside of a computer. Okay, test fit again. Much better. I mean, the hoses rotate, right? They're on a swivel, so they're not tight. That's good. What do we do before we put anything on a processor? Isopropyl! Even though we did it earlier, we're doing it again. Now, because of my processor and this paper towel's falling apart, I'm going to use microfiber glass cleaning cloths. Just to do a additional wipe. because I find they get things the little extra bit off. Now, where is my good? So I'm again using my Arctic. They did give me a thermal tube actually, but I have where did it go? They gave me one with the AIO, but it's the Sama brand. Here it is. Oops. Or at least it doesn't say what it is. Oh, frick, I'm leaning on my computer. Just says high performance thermal grease. Sama made in China. It looks almost identical to my Arctic MX6 tube, but I'm going to use the MX6 because I like my Arctic. Although, you know, maybe I should use the stuff that came with it. Again, I talked earlier about how they test their stuff with their coolers, right? Melbosa, you would know better. I just lost the cap. I had the cap. I lost the cap. Arctic is fine. Yeah. The well, I only have 3 shots left in this Arctic. Right? Like, because they want me to do 5 dots. And there is the great debate about how to apply thermal paste. But they clearly demonstrate the 5 dots. Then this MX6X actually has like a P dot indicator on it, but it only has like 3 shots left. Okay, let's try this again. Pretty sure I had this problem when I was doing my video card too, is this thermal paste. It's good, it's just not sticky. Okay. I will have to locate my cap. Okay, thermal paste applied. Gonna be a bit messy on the side there, but where is my screwdriver? Did anybody see my screwdriver? Right handled. Probably fell under the computer. Nope. Something else slid when I did that though. Get off my pins. See. I think that was my first swear, y'all. Okay, seriously. Do you not see my screwdriver? Maybe I need food. I did have lunch. Oh, whatever. Okay. Sure, actually get these on. Okay, overhead light has to go on because I have to find my screwdriver. There it is. Oh, yeah, that's right. I bent that back panel. That is a piss off. I only slightly bent it, but... Right spot. Nope. Okay. Like that. Okay. Get so many fan headers or fan plugs. This I'm probably going to run along here. That's my PWM. Okay, this ARGB thing, confusing, to say the least. At some point I'll figure out where that... Oh, it was the clips that were sliding. Okay. Go back facing down again. Okay. So this is if I added extra fans. Right? Like my the two PWM headers for fan 5 and 6. But I think I need to, that's going to control all the fans at the same speed. Oops, I do not want that. I think. I think if I put this whoops. Oh, actually, even better. Okay. Still video card power. This one I'm doing this way because I want the fan speed controlled by the front, but I want the lights controlled by the back here. Whoops. What not to do. Bend your RGB headers. Okay. So I mean, this spaghetti is going to be hidden by the back panel anyway. I will probably neaten things up. I just like to confirm things are working usually before I do the neat and tidy step. Like the final neat and tidy step. But it's all going to work the first time, right? Okay. Okay. It was easier when the water cooler wasn't at the top. Get my fingers in there. Go. Neat and tidy clips. We can thank Melbosa for the nice NZXT stand for my video card. I'm very stoked to see how it looks. Oh. Not down all the way. Oops, nope. Whoops. Oh, you know what? I have to do a modification here to my case. Wait a minute. I'm like, these slots are facing the wrong way. Yes, they are, because they have to be... Look good when you used it good. This was at the top. Gonna assume this is the way that I rotate it. Nope. This is why we test fit things, right? Oops. Drop screws on the floor. Actually, maybe not. Do I just take the whole panel out? Is maybe that the case? Yes, yeah. Okay, fortunately, it's meant to make this modification. I just don't entirely know how it works. Like, I actually feel like the plate... for the NZXT has to come off. I have to learn.
This video, I will show you some graphics components on the CH9. This is the 2024 case. Here, by the front of it towards the glass, and also surrounding it so it is breathed to install. Now, it's worth noting, first of all, that you obviously need to buy an extra accessory for this, and this is NZXT's vertical graphics card. To a description, but there are two versions of this. There is an old one that I initially tried to use in the case, and it looks like it should fit. It's pretty standard. It plugs into the PCI slots in the case. However, I found this other one is that it doesn't quite function in there. So it's important to know that if you buy this accessory to make sure you get the right one, because as you'll see when you try to insert it into the case, basically the bracket sit in there. I found it interfere with the mount, and you also need to take it out how big that is. But that shouldn't necessarily be a quick build. It's an issue with back brackets, and that's what NZXT is actually about.
Nope, it doesn't look like this is gonna work.
Very simple.
Unless I have a different plate in my motherboard box. Give me a second. Not motherboard, case box. Oh. quick video. Hey, Dog Daytona.
Now, my case also has this bracket right here. Let's see if this fits. It does fit. It's a little bit tight, but it's okay. Right now, all that's left to do is to go ahead and put the GPU in place. We have to get this cable folded away. You won't see that cable once the GPU is in place. Just take
Just trying to see if the vertical adapter I have is going to allow me to install the video card in my case, because it doesn't seem to work. So yeah, the problem isn't, it's actually the, that's funny, that's too funny. This may be a conundrum for another day. Like, what would those two screws do? There aren't any front screws. Those are just welded there. Oh, you know what? My case may just be smart. Oh man, these are on there tight though. Okay. Nope, that was the right size. Nope. How's your day going, Dog Daytona? Well, I found the screwdriver. Oh, these screws are in there way too tight. I don't know if these came pre-assembled like this or Melbosa just has an iron grip. I'm going to go with Melbosa has an iron grip. Because these screws are in here tight. You never took it apart. Okay, so it came like this. I'm gonna rip. This is where I slice my fingers open, in case you're wondering. Oh. You get it? No, these are just sliding out of there. Oh. So my you can't see what I'm doing. Eep, eep, eep. My PC screwdriver has a hole in the back so that I can put a bar into it and turn it into a little torque driver in case my hands aren't strong enough. Whoops. That may have gotten me absolutely nowhere. I thought maybe it attached the bottom piece to the assembly, but it looks like it is just all one piece and those screws were just reinforcing the fold in the bottom. So guess you'll be getting this back next time I see you, Barbosa. That's too bad. Would have been cool, but that's all right. Just a feature added. Go down there. Put this guy back in. So see, I knew already that my case was adaptable and allowed me to do the vertical mount. I don't really need to. I think it actually has better, this particular case might have better airflow without the vertical mount. I just thought it looked cool. And it was confirmed by Melbosa that it does indeed look cool. So at least now I have an I/O panel on here and I'm not going to have dust coming in through places. Magnetic screwdriver, tossing screws all over the place. Okay. With the old card. My beastie baby. Oh. Oh. You don't need to stare down at my stomach. Now that I'm standing up. You should be able to see what I'm doing. Oh, did my camera freeze again? Sons of beach. It's like it went to sleep. Nope, that one, not that one. That one's fine. There we go. Yeah, that was weird. Ugh, no. I'm just working in the back, just down in this area here. I have my one. My one wrong cable? Yep. Do I have... That's an expansion cable. Power supply only came with one PCIe. Mm-hmm. Which is okay. I have extra cables. Oh, come on. First time I'm having trouble getting the... There we go. Holy, that was more difficult than it needed to be. Problem is, why did my... Just gonna double check that I don't have a cable that I missed here. Oh, maybe because it's this, has this 600 watt times 2 lines that I don't need. Maybe that's why it's only came with one. Okay. Case power. Motherboard power, front USB header, graphic card power. Hey, we've got that guy powered from the motherboard, so no accidental oopses on the pump. Okay. Just have to deal with this expansion cable. And position the top here where I want it to be. Whoops. Oh, and I gotta put some plates back in the front there. Let's deal with this cable. Oops, come here. Okay, just do a quick check to see if I needed to plug in two PCIEs. Urgh. R1250GS. No, get that. Yes. Mag A1250GS. Oh yeah, Google is funness is not helpful. Okay, hold on. Whoops. Just have to quickly read the back of my power supply because I'm pretty sure it says it says CPU PCIe on the top. They're all the same cable, so my adapter's fine. So apparently people complained about this MSI, like this is a Mag by MSI CPU I have here, and it has the power supply cables for the brand new ATX cards. So, so it has the super thin yellow cables, is what I'm going to call them, and only shipped with one PCI cable because of that. So people complained to MSI, and apparently once I register my power supply, I can actually get a second cable sent out for free. But in the meantime, I have an adapter specifically because I needed it for the install already. So from the when the other motherboard was in here, so fortunately I can just use that, and then maybe get my free cable and swap it out later. In the meantime, it's just going to add a splash of gray to my case. And hey, if I wanted to add another hard drive, now without vertical mounting, my other PCI slot is free. So I could, at some point, if I need to add another hard drive, I could. Although I think 5 terabytes is pretty good. And I feel like if I end up switching the main NVMe, it would just be because it's getting old. Oh yeah, Wi-Fi. Probably worry about the Wi-Fi after. I think one of my other plates from here. Okay. Move some stuff over, create some space. Holy, the front of my case is dirty. All that dustiness. Make sure I do not dump any screws or anything on the floor. Don't break my FP Events mug. That's important. Okay. How am I going to position this so you guys can see it? I guess this way. The beast. Oh, you were kind of... Look at it that way. Trying to give you like a side view. There you go, kind of a top-downy. It's a beast of a cable. Monitor. short HDMI cable because I was planning on having it the other way. Oh, actually. Oh, this is not a comfy chair. I hope it posts too. If it doesn't, I'm going to go have dinner as well. Okay. I'm sure this is supposed to mount somewhere. It's for the Wi-Fi. But okay. We have light. Did you see that? There's lights. That's important. There is light happening. That's not good. Okay. This could be a case problem just because I have not had the power button hooked up before. So maybe I have that pinout in the wrong spot. Okay, I want it. Okay. Troubleshooting real time. Okay, that's my front panel. Like it should be here. That's why. Okay. No, the only place I can do it. My motherboard come with any jumpers or anything? It did not. Oh yeah, it did come with a SATA cable. Oh, this is dumb. This is dumb. Okay. What is going on here? Stupid cables are never easy to get out. Hey. Okay. Process of elimination, right? We didn't like something in that set of things. Look how pretty it is, though. Oh, there we go. Okay. See if I can. Whoops. Whoops. Yeah, let's not break my... It's like 90 degrees rotated, but at least you can see it. And you should be able to see that I've got post here. So the question is, what didn't it like? Oh my god. Let's go to advanced mode, because I like to be able to see everything. I gotta say though, right off the hop, guys, I can't even hear it, and it's running right beside me. Even with the CPU fan out of zero mode, I can't hear it. Oh, I'm so excited. You have no idea. The thing sounds like a jet engine. That may be my video card, but I'm hoping my video card will be a little bit better here. We need to change the date. Today is the 11th, and it is 7. Okay, I don't overclock anything, but I do want to make sure that we have all my RAM, and we do. It's registering 64 gigs. I need the manual. Plus, I need to know what the settings are for the BIOS here. BIOS information. Oh, look at that. QR code for more information on Asus BIOS. Nope. And then it didn't take me to the page that I wanted it to. Fedora fail. I'm so happy that all my lights are synced. They are still in demo mode, but at least they are synced. Like, this is what I mean by the demo. It just does this all the time, and I couldn't get it to stop doing it, just switching through the colors. Oh, I guess I don't. I'm so excited. Next step is to install Windows, but I will probably do that without you guys here. But I just want to make sure that everything is up and running properly. See, what I may do, I may change how the PWMs are, because I may want, right, I'm taking the small ones. I may want the, like, I definitely want this set of fans and this set of fans going at the same speed, and then the front set of fans need to be at a different speed. Because I need to be pushing out slightly more air than I'm pulling in order to make the case airflow be as optimal as possible. So I may make some adjustments there. There's a whole section here on RAM, and I don't need that. See, like, what is PCI Express native power management? That's what I want to know. Okay, I'm actually just going to save defaults here with the new time. We're going to try and figure out why it wasn't booting, because that's important here. What do you mean I didn't make any changes? I say change the date and time. Okay, oh, can't do that way. Come here. So that's what we don't like. Oops. Whoops. Turn that back off for a second. Drop my phone on the floor. Okay, so which cable is that? Alright, have to locate the right cable. This one is going to be the second one, right? This is... See if that makes this happier. %90 sure that's the same cable I pulled out of my... We're just... Okay, this is a new problem. So I just switched around where my where that cable and the PC I cable were on the motherboard, like the one that powers my actual CPU. And it won't turn up. Was that not in there all the way? Okay. Okay. Oh, I know why they did that way. Oh, wrong one. Wrong hole. There we go. Just put the top fan, the radiator fan on so that I can control it from the chassis. Like it's a chassis fan. Then I would like this one. In a different fan controller, but I don't know where where that part is. So we'll just wait and oh. Okay. So again. Nope, shut down. Ooh, I don't like that. That's annoying. And of course now it's like doing a fail safe, so it's like, no, we're not gonna start for a little bit. That is press 80. Hmm. Okay, well, this part sucks. So what's happening is when I plug um, my second cable in with the adapter, the computer does not like it. And it must be causing an issue in the power supply because the power supply is like, nope. I mean, it just does a hard nope. So, which is funny because the cable doesn't change anything. So, maybe I'm using the wrong cable. Oh, that's a thin plug. Okay, one last thing. One last try. That's not the right cable, for sure. I hate trying to get these 6+2s in. Not fit? Should fit. Why aren't fitting? Oh, no, should be this way. Oh, well, that's the wrong cable. And right, I got square 3 rounds. Yeah, and then round, round. Nope, that's not the right adapter. These plugs be different. Yeah, see, these middle ones are round, and on this one it's square. So that's a problem. That's paddling. Choo-choo. 12-pin. Whoops, I'm throwing things. I don't think the cable kit I have. Wouldn't it be nice if it came with the magical cable I need? Nope, does not. I don't need dual 8-pin, I just need the... Okay, well, I guess that problem is solved for the moment because I can't connect anything for it. These cables work for my Dell setup, but not for this guy. Just checking to make sure all these 3 cables are the same. They are, in fact. That sucks. That sucks, y'all. Well, let's see if I can at least get... I'm not going to be doing any serious gaming until I can get the right cable, though. Well, at least I can... Like, I can install Windows, and I can... do a few things. At least get the computer up and running. Just sucks, because it would have been... That doesn't know which one to get video from. Oh, thanks, Grim. I'm really, yeah. More coffee. Yeah, now I'm not getting... So I plugged it into the other one, I'm not getting any video. I mean, I never would have thought that... I didn't realize that they changed the power... require, like, the power plugs. Like, when was the last time we changed how we deliver power on a power supply? So, that would have never occurred to me to double check that I had 2 PCIe plugs, especially when it has 3 spots for PCIe on the back. Like, why wouldn't you send another plug? Like, another cable? No wonder people pissed off at MSI. Oh, I actually really don't need this, but... I might need it for Bluetooth. I have to restart the computer because the BIOS isn't showing up. I'm just like, what did I do with my USB that has Windows on it? I bought, show it up here. A little hard to see. A couple of these Van Sunny USB drives. They're really thin. They're meant to go on like a keychain, and they're all metal. Oh, they're actually pretty nifty. Whoa. Yes, Grim, you missed the whole. My brand new power supply comes with the new 600 watt yellow plugs for the new motherboards. And although it has spots for 3 PCIe cables, it only shipped with 1. So I'm just lighting up the video card right now. It's not doing anything. Nothing's attached to it. I'm using the onboard video because my adapter cable that I have are the wrong kind as well. So I'm going to have to register my power supply and complain to MSI like everybody else did and get myself a new... they'll apparently ship out the right cable. I did not think to check that because I didn't realize that we had changed the plugs on our power supplies. What do I want? I want to... Easy mode, setup mode. Who's in advanced? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I never would have. It never would have occurred to me. But like I said, I didn't realize we'd changed the power delivery to our newer GPUs. Like they use this. Where's my cable bag? They use these yellow cables, which are 24 pin. No, 12 pin. 2, 4, 6. Yeah, they're 12 pin cables, and they say right on them, 600 watt. Hands up, thrown up in the air. Mm-hmm. Should be able to see. Put this over here, I guess. Hold on, just gotta enter my Windows key. Oh, you know what? It'll install Windows. It won't be able to update anything because I don't have this computer connected to the internet right now. And okay. Picked up a Windows 11 key and a doubled with an Office 2021 install, which is nice. I do get Office 365 through the school division, but this way I can have like a version that's mine. Ooh, let's not. I almost clicked on my 4 terabyte drive and deleted a partition. We not doing that. We also don't want to do. Why do I not see my? I don't see my one hard drive. Oh, that's another problem. Okay, we see the boot disk, right? Okay. I'm only seeing one hard drive. And I am definitely not installing Windows on my 4 terabyte drive. That would suck because that would be formatting all of my games. Oh, no, that's not what I want. Okay, we are only seeing one drive. Okay. Where the hell was I when I just saw that? Advanced. Okay, well. The good news is I got it into the BIOS. The bad news is I have to take the NVMe, which I can get at, thankfully, where it is. I have to take the cover off so I can see what type of drive it is. And because right now it can't see it. It can't see anything but my 4 terabyte. Like I said, I'm not installing Windows on my 4 terabyte. If it is an M2 SATA drive, it won't work with this motherboard. I don't believe it is supposed to be an NVMe, but it might be a PCIe drive. It needs to be PCIe NVMe and not SATA NVMe, apparently. Anyway, I have some researching to do and some playing to do, but we got everything in there. And really, at this point, I have to get a cable from MSI and figure out the hard drive issue. But other than that, I'm installing Windows and we're good to go. So I'm going to say that that's 99% a success and go from there. Because really, that's where we're at. Can't really do anything else. However, look how pretty it is in there. And like I said, it is exceptionally quiet. Like other than it firing the fans up when it boots, I can't hear it. So, like I can't hear a single fan or anything running or making noise, which for me, that's fantastic. That may change once the GPU fires up because the GPU fan is loud and it has a very nice glow. And I'm loving the mirror effect on the CPU. And the lighting on there, you see that it goes with that's why I bought the Samus CPU to go with the case. It has a very nice look, and when I have the covers back on, like I said, this is tempered glass. So, my very dusty top cover. I can actually put this one on because I shouldn't be doing anything in the top. Find the HDMI cable. This is what it looks like when the glass is on. It's so pretty. So, yeah, overall we're going to call today a win. Except for I was hoping to play some Kingdom Come Deliverance tonight. That doesn't look like it's happening. But you'd win some, you lose some. I guess the good news is all the parts are in, and I'm going to have to either go get some parts tomorrow or figure out what I'm doing. May have to go pick up another hard drive. Because my other hard drive that I have had a little bit of a zit. It actually quit. So I don't really trust me installing anything on it. Really? Might be a bad idea. But anyway, thanks for hanging out today. This is my streaming computer over here. So if it's not up and running tomorrow, I probably won't be streaming tomorrow night. But at least we got this was a pretty good long stream of me putting it all together. And I will let you know how it goes from here. But other than that, I'm just going to say thanks for hanging out today. Thanks for being here, Borealis. Thanks for dropping in, Grimwolf. We also had visits from Denied and Daenerys, whose classes I hope are going well, and MC Broken, and Melbosa and Dog Daytona. Thanks for coming in. We will see you guys later. Have yourselves a wonderful evening. This is Fedora Gal checking out so I can go get some food and then come fight with us after. All right. Night, everybody. Click.